Good afternoon, morning, evening, people. It's Tomahawk today on a Tuesday. Um, Today is going to be something different. I have a debate on a I have a debate on on Speakeasy's channel that's going to be happening in in less than 40 minutes. I'm going to be debating gee government vote whether governments should issue government voter IDs to its citizenry, especially in government issued voter ID for elections. It should be pretty fun. I'm taking the yes side because, well, it seems like a no-brainer to me. We use IDs. It's a no-brainer to me for why we should have voter ID. And the rebuttals to why there should not be voter ID, I don't think are enough to curtail the fact that we should have voter ID, especially when some of the more common reputations for government voter ID would be, people can't do it. There would be enough for people can't do it, and it would disenfranchise. It's like there's not really any reason why people would be disenfranchised if it's just an extra step that helps to secure the elections that people say is a problematic issue. A government ID solves most of that, and a competent system solves all of it. Solves the rest of it. And one of the best ways to do so is physical verification. You have a voter ID in one hand, and you have your physical self in the other. And then past that, there's literally all of the systems that we have in place of people's information that are tracked by the government, people's information and whatnot that's already in there. And you have a pretty surefire way of keeping our elections safe and secure. I've been trying to avoid the word safe because it's like safety isn't guaranteed anywhere, but it's a hell of a lot better to and more achievable, more reasonable to try to achieve, secure elections without fraud or any corruption by showing a photo ID to do so. It should be a good time. And I hope to do much better than I ever did in my first debate. I'm going to make sure of that. I have notes from my first debate. I went over it briefly some months ago. And I also had a friend of mine give me another tip of something where he pointed out a couple of my faults, which confirmed the faults that I found. It was really embarrassing. It was hard for me to watch because I was just like, but today, though, it's going to be different. It's going to be different because I feel more prepared now, and it's something that I've been wanting to get off my chest, as it were. And this is one of the ways that I want to be able to express my opinions, express my thoughts, express my feelings, if you want to be super lefty about it. But yeah, this should be fun though, and I can't wait to get started. I started this stream here, 40 minutes before the time, as a way of getting my nerves out the way. I did this before in my first debate. It didn't help. But this debate, no, it helped a little bit, but I was much more nervous back then than I am now. I actually have cohesive notes this time around. And I also went over my arguments and steeled them a bit more. Going into it on Sunday with Zachary Binks. You can check it out as a VOD on my channel, on the channel itself. The thing that really tripped me up last time was the fact that I was hit by something that I didn't know too much about. And with my inexperience, couldn't recover from, and just allowed myself to get walked all over. I'm not going to allow that to happen this time around, and I feel more prepared for it this time around. I feel more prepared for it. I had a week to prepare. So, and I don't really know who the guy is, my opponent, but that's why I'm doing these things, so that I have more experience, so that I can gain more experience, and I can also lessen the amount of nerves that I feel. So far, I've been doing panels. Since that first one-on-one debate, I've been doing panels. Maybe not recently, but I've definitely been doing panels here and there, while also just listening to other people debate one-on-one anyway. And I've been learning through osmosis and observation how to produce coherent thoughts and articulate arguments that I have. And all I can do is my best. So this will be fun. This will be fun indeed. Is there a way? Speaking. Well, ID. Hopefully I can just add it to unless I would need to make it. Mr. Speakeasy, how you doing? Wait, hold on a sec. Wait. Come again? Why did you do this? I thought I'd be early or something like that. Should I not be? I figured as much, man. I figured as much. I'm just trying to Well, call me an Oreo bro, because I'm one of them. You've met one finally. Oh shit, Avarice is on the phone. I just realized. Nah, I've been taught by my white black parents to always be early to whatever function that I happen to be at. That it's good manners, man. Would you actually call them? Oh, my mom is somewhat like that. Is like that as well. What the hell? Oh shit. Oh my gosh. And had to console her the whole time to make sure, hey, babe, hey, we're gonna get there. It's fine. See, for that note, I kind of understand at least that portion because as a driver myself, I don't trust anyone else driving other than myself. So might be a little bit of that as well going on, as well as we're being so late and she's having an anxiety attack about being late. But that's the only part that I would ever give her that credit. Other than that, yeah, she was just freaking out, and that's really funny, bro. I did. I have notes and everything, and an opening statement that's coherent this time. No, I actually have words and actual full sentences. Who did I work with? I don't know if you remember a guy named Zachary Binks. He was on the panel like a couple of times in the past. Yeah. He and I went over my notes on stream on Sunday, actually. He gave me some pointers, some tips, and basically was like, yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you're saying. Here's some spots where you need to probably shift some words around as well as make things a little bit clearer. But other than that, I really love what you have. He and I went over all of my notes. Yes, Avarice, I will watch your debate tomorrow. Oh, okay. How is that? Just a heads up. Why doing notes is bad. Okay. If anything, I'm pretty sure that one of the things that felled me the last time was getting hit by something I wasn't really expecting in my notes, even though I had an assumption that it would come up. I just didn't have really an answer for it. This time I think I have many answers. Okay, I'll remember that for next time. I'll remember that for next time. Okay, is it with someone who's it with? Who's against? Oh shit. Well, I can see why you wouldn't want to do it in public against someone like JS, because JS, does his due diligence and whatnot. Why'd you say it like that? Oh, okay. You always sound funny, Avarice. I'm always laughing when you speak. No, it just sounded like there should have. It just sounded like there would have been like more to it than just the statement. But that's me overthinking it, I guess. I do that sometimes. That's the real question. To be or 20 minutes? Yeah, we got 20 minutes. Oh, this... Uh, share. No, I'm not sharing my. Oh God, bro. Miss- Where the fuck do I see that? I don't know why I'm not seeing that. Oh wait, wait, wait. Go to the what? Oh, I see, I see it, I see it, I see. Watch stream, okay. Okay, I'm watching. I'm watching. What am I seeing? What the fuck? What the? What the hell? Oh, oh, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Dear Lord, what in the is that your opening? Is that what you can I can't believe dude, that's a slam dunk, man. I can't dude, the debate ends there. There is no rebuttal to that. There will be no rebuttal to that whatsoever. Holy shit. You're right, man. I should not have written notes for this. I have seen the light. Thank you. What the fuck was that? And you had yourself as one of the examples in there. How old is that? Did you what dude? Hey man, your commitment to the bit is commendable and respected. I respect the hell out of you, bro. Bro. Oh man. At that point you would have been a true ally. That's where you that's why everyone was like, "No, don't. No, don't." You'd be a true ally in that case and you'd be Oh, you Oh, very true. You very much be clipped and be That's really what it was. It's like your opening is JS's opening. Like JS doesn't have an opening. That is his opening. It's your opening. That's what it is. You, you're the affirmative side, and you just used clips from the against the against side. Dude, it's affirmative. It's debateception at that point. It's debateception. All right. Thank you for breaking up my nerves because I really was feeling that. And part of the reason I was here early and started a stream is because I was, nervous. But now I'm not nervous. It's just Castle. I don't even know who the fuck that is, so this should be fun. Oh, so he's not gonna like it. Yeah, press it. All right. Once I find the chink in the armor, keep hitting that chink. Right, right. Gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Don't let him control the flow of the conversation. Be respectful, but also be hard ass about it. All right. All right. This should be fun. This should be fun. This is the second go around. This isn't First Amender this time. It's someone I don't know. So PowerPoint specialist. You know, you're right. You're right. He is a PowerPoint specialist, and I didn't go hard enough on him on that at the time. But this guy, the mouse, a mouse. Yeah. Oh, he's just straight up a mouse. He didn't come from he did. Oh, that'd be really funny. Damn, man. I can't believe you would go for that. It'd be completely correct though. It is a good prompt, man. It is a good prompt. Who the hell is Tiny? Are you here? Yes, resounding. Resounding yes. Am I affirming it? Yeah, I'm affirming. Yeah, I'm affirming it. Yeah, we use ID for everything else. Why not this? Especially, yeah, exactly. Like, just get rid of IDs to altogether. And the moment he says, "Well, sure, let's get rid of I," oh, great. Then the debate. Hold on. Can I just walk in? Can I just walk into a club without and tell the bouncer I don't need to show my ID? I'm old enough already, and they just take me at their word because oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, it just keeps going down the spiral. It's like okay, no IDs means I don't have to check, which means I don't have to be the age that exactly. No one's responsible for anything, so we can all just do anything. I won't say anarchy because I'm sure that's a buzzword that he'll just be like, oh no, we can't just do anarchy. But it's like that's the logical entailment. It's just we don't have any. You live on the buzzword. Zach. Oh, thank you, my man. Thank you, Avarice. I really appreciate it, dude. Oh, that's funny. I'm sure he does, man. Trippy. Fucking trippy, bro. Hey, bro. All right. Have a great one, dude. Yep. Let's see. Let's see. How do I get. Oh, duh. Hmm. Opera tab, application window, my entire screen. No. There's got to be a StreamYard's. Oh, I see. What the? Oh, there it is. Your browser blocked your screen. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Share screen. Workspace one. Share top audio. Yes. All right. All right, we're cool. It's on this. Oh, I don't need to do that. All right, what's gonna happen is that I'm gonna add to the stage, and I'm gonna. So what happened in the last 20 or so minutes was me talk on a Discord call with some friends who were essentially, pumping me up, calming me down, stuff. It was and so as of soon, I shall be switching over to the stage, over to the I shall be switching over to the debate itself. I'll take my own camera off, and it'll just be the debate. This should be fun. See, I can do this and have it side by side. There you go. Woohoo! Live troubleshooting. Add to stage. I don't need to do that. I don't need to go full screen until it's time. So. I have my opening, and yeah, I just gotta watch out for chinks in the armor, and then blood sports him. Just be like, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Before you go on, what was that last part there? Because I could almost assure that you said this and that. So what do you mean by that? We use, ladies and gents, the prompt is self-explanatory. It's a resounding yes. We use ID for nearly everything else, from public places and services to private access. You have your clubs to secure areas and buildings, skyscrapers, banks to driver's licenses. IDs have been these have been a part. There you go. That way it's side by side, and I think we are cool. Ladies and gentlemen of the court. This should be fun. I am excited. Let's go and do this. Let's kill this. Debate in Minecraft. Let's kill this debate in Minecraft. I'm so glad I'm not suffering from hay fever like I was yesterday. Man, hay fever sucks. It really, really does. Oh my gosh. I was. Share screen. I wish that the application window. Well. The best I can do is like full screen it and such. Wait. In full screen mode, new private chat messages will appear in the corner of your screen. You can turn this off if you're sharing the screen with others and don't want private chat messages to be visible. Well, I'll hit full screen when it comes time. I have an actual opening that's coherent. I mean, I'm still kind of. Papers, please? Yes, no? You, because I'm American. I vote with my dollar holla. It's a very good prompt. I'm not about to look at chat. It's not about the chat. It's about me and my opponent. Find a chink in the armor. It's just like Smash and any other game. That's really all it comes down. All it is. Think of it like a Smash. Think of it like, any other, finding a weak point in the armor of a boss. It's just a, rebuttal. I'll just keep rebuttal down. Let's see. I think it's E. Oh no, E is the visual. Control D is the mute button. I could also just click. Mute, unmute. Beep, 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 beep. All right, we're cool. Frank Castle. Did I wear the hat? I think I should. Fuck yeah. I even have the the black colors of it being black and gold. Make America great again. Yeah, there we go. I got the black version for it. One of the only times that I've ever gotten like, oh, merch from a campaign, because for some reason this, not for some reason, but like one of the only times that I've been it's one of the only times, one of the few times that I have been enamored with the campaign of a politician or would be politician was this one. It just felt patriotic. And so, as one of the tenets for trying to either save America or making America great, we have voter ID in order to do so. I rarely wear hats. Hey, Mister Speakeasy, how's it going? You're restarting OBS. Oh shoot, I don't have my lights for when this gets late. So, all right, Mr. Castle, how's it going, sir? I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. This ought to be quite fun, sir. This ought to be quite fun. Yeah, bro. Good luck with that. Let's see. Oh shit, that is. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It was like crooked, so I was just like I was trying to straighten it out and whatnot. So there we go. Yep. Yeah. What do your braids look like, man? Oh, oh, you got the two long ones this time around, eh? Hey, they look good on you, bro. I just want to, hey, I wanted to let you know, as a representative, braids are universal. Yeah, there we go. No, 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 no talking. Gotcha. All right, locked and loaded. The last word. It's more regal that way. The MiG-15 NATO coding. Oh yeah. The chains are off, Castle. Don't worry. Here we go.
Rock and roll.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we clash. We clash. We clash. We clash. Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. truth, but chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, if you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side will deliver 5-minute closing statements to lock in their case. When that's done, we're going to move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free ones. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of those priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But, excuse me, sorry. It's always where things get wild. Today's debate prompt: should governments require photo identification to vote? And representing the affirmative tonight is Tomahawk, known for running Pac-Man at a high level, but outside the gaming world, he's become a familiar face in the open panel debates and heated online discussions, whether it's politics, culture, or whatever chaos the internet throws on the table. He's never been afraid to jump into the fire, and with the motivation and support from the community, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more content from him moving forward. So make sure you guys go check the links in the description and go show him some support. And representing the negative side today is making his debut on Swords of Reason is Castle. And don't let debut fool any of you, though, because Castle is no stranger to debates and high-pressure discussions. A center-left political commentator known for debating primarily on the Horseradish's Twitch channel. Castle has built a reputation for diving headfirst into controversial topics and political clashes. Beyond live debates, he also creates YouTube content covering current politics and stays active online discussing everything from finance to economics to sports and music. And you can also find his links in the description below. So make sure you guys go show some support. With that being said, we're going to move into the opening statements. Tomahawk, we're going to start with you being on the affirmative. So, Tomahawk, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Castle. And Castle, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, you should hear me now, right? Am I good?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So I'll start with the question before us whether strict voter ID laws in this United States are very necessary or not. My position is that they aren't because they attempt to solve a problem that is already extraordinarily rare while creating real burdens for legitimate American citizens exercising a fundamental constitutional right. At the center of this debate is a simple principle. In a democracy, the government should not place additional barriers in front of voting unless it can clearly demonstrate those barriers are necessary, effective, and proportional to the problem being addressed. And when we actually examine the evidence surrounding voter fraud in the United States, that justification simply isn't there. Supporters of strict voter ID laws often argue that these laws are needed to prevent fraud and protect election integrity. But what type of fraud are these laws actually designed to stop? Primarily in-person voter impersonation, someone pretending to be somebody else at another polling place. The problem is that this kind of fraud is incredibly rare. After the 2024 election, one of the most scrutinized elections in modern American history, there was still no evidence of widespread coordinated voter fraud capable of changing the outcome of any state election. Investigations across the country uncovered only isolated incidents and irregularities out of well over 150 million votes cast. And that matters because if you're going to place additional restrictions on a constitutional right, the burden should be on the government to prove that there is serious and widespread problems requiring those restrictions. Instead, what we're seeing is the opposite. Millions of legitimate voters being asked to overcome additional bureaucratic hurdles in response to a problem measured in scattered individual cases. Now, my opponent will say, what's the big deal? Everybody has an ID. You're born with a social security number. But that misunderstands the argument entirely. The issue is not whether most Americans possess identification. The issue is whether the government should condition access to voting on navigating documentation systems that are not equally accessible to every citizen. Strict voter ID laws often require very specific forms of identification. Not every form counts. In some states, a student ID may count. In some states, it may not. An expired ID may not count. And certain local documents may not count either. And obtaining acceptable identification is not always as simple as walking into a DMV for 5 minutes. Many people need underlying documents like a birth certificate, social security record, a marriage certificate, or a proof of residency. For elderly Americans, low-income citizens, rural voter, disabled individuals, or married women whose names have changed, these requirements can become real obstacles. And this becomes especially important when discussing proposals like the SAVE Act, which is currently under review in Congress today. Critics of the SAVE Act are not claiming married women would suddenly lose the right to vote. The concern is that millions of women who have changed their names after marriage may face additional documentation burdens because the names on their birth certificates no longer match their current legal identities. That means some voters may need to track down marriage certificates, old records, or additional paperwork simply to prove what is already true, that they are eligible American citizens. And that raises another serious question. Why should exercising a constitutional right on navigating layers of administrative paperwork when the fraud being targeted is already exceedingly rare? Now, supporters of the strict voter ID laws argue that you need an ID for everything else, but voting is not everything else. Voting is not going to a concert or the grocery store or to buy alcohol. Voting is not boarding a plane. It's not entering a nightclub. Voting is a foundational constitutional right in a democratic republic. And I want to point out an inconsistency that appears in this debate. In many parts of the country, there is strong political resistance to licensing requirements for firearm ownership because people argue that constitutional rights should not require excessive government barriers. Yet some of the same people support increasingly strict identification and documentation requirements for voting. So we should ask ourselves, why are we willing to burden the constitutional right that determines representation and democratic legitimacy itself? If we believe constitutional rights deserve protection from unnecessary government interference, that principle should also apply consistently. I would argue that because in a democracy, we should be far more concerned about eligible citizens being discouraged, delayed, or prevented from voting than about extraordinarily rare cases of impersonation fraud. And when the government burdens that right, it should have compelling reasons grounded in evidence, not hypotheticals, not fear or anecdotes. Strict voter ID laws fail that test. And I'll yield anytime I have left.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get over into the rebuttal round. So this is 5-minute rebuttals for each side to directly respond to their opponent's opening statement. So it's no interjections yet. And then after the rebuttals, we'll get into the open floor. So we're going to hand the mic back to Tomahawk. Tomahawk, whenever you are ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice. All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Castle. And Castle, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Cool. So my opponent said a couple things there in the open. One being that, he views having to go out and showing your ID at a nightclub is the same as showing your ID to go out to vote. But you don't have a constitutional right to go out to a nightclub and party. You do have one to go out and vote, though. But his argument essentially boils down to a few things. Even though there's, voter impersonation and fraud, that's extremely and extraordinarily rare, that we should still impose these additional barriers because any amount of fraud is unacceptable. Well, by that logic, almost unlimited restrictions, you could justify almost unlimited restrictions on constitutional rights if you think that's the case. There's no constitutional right that's abuse proof. There is illegal speech, there's illegal gun possession, and abuse of due process rights. But we don't just eliminate or heavily burden those rights simply because violations exist, right? So the relevant question isn't really whether fraud should exist at all. Of course, it shouldn't exist. The question is whether the scale of the problem justifies burdening a ton of actual legitimate voters. Also, another point that was said was that voting was historically limited to a select few, but that kind of just strengthens my position. I know that we had the 19th Amendment that came after the Constitution was written, but the history of voting in America has always been a history of expanding access to people. We've had, removed property right requirements and ended racial restrictions and granted women the right to vote, lowered the voting age through the 26th Amendment. So all of these things have changed throughout history for the better, I would say, for most of the American citizenry. And I think if the system already catches and prosecutes fraud cases, as we've seen in multiple states, that just demonstrates that these existing safeguards have worked before. They continue to work and catch fraud. And my opponent hasn't shown that strict photo ID is going to improve election accuracy or outcomes. He's just assuming that's the case. Because if that were the case, we wouldn't see any voter fraud existing where voter ID already is necessary to vote. But that's also not the case. In a democracy, we know that perfection is not the standard. We do not restrict fundamental rights until abuse becomes literally impossible. We have to balance that security with access. So if my opponent wants to make your constitutional rights harder to perform under the guise of preventing 10 fraudulent voters from voting in an election, I think that you and the audience have to decide whether you think that juice is worth the squeeze, and I don't think it is. I think that the amount of fraud that we've seen over the years has been tantamount to dozens or hundreds of people out of the 150 million that vote every year. We know that these cases of fraud exist where voter ID laws already exist, and we know that cases have existed in states without voter ID laws that have still been able to prosecute people who vote illegitimately. So I'm just not seeing how this extra burden of proof is really going to be worth making your constitutional right harder to carry on forward. But interested to see how the conversation goes forward in the open debate space. So I'll end my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, just talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, religion, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion collide. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming for you. Also, a reminder for the live chat: after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. I think the Q&A has already been put up. If not, I will put it in there. But I think it's already been put up in there for you. But remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, they will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free ones may not get read. So if you have something really want answered, send it through one of those options. We'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing their perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start off this open floor, just go ahead and jump in, and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
So let's say you show up to a concert or an event or a bar or whatever. That's a private institution or private space that you're entering. So the owners of that property or event have the right to see who's coming into it, and they can require any ID that they say. Please, for my right to vote, that is not a necessary. That's a constitutional right already. So we already do verify people. So let's start with not vote by mail first, and I'll get to that. But when you read, well, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it. But so so you do have to verify. Okay, so you have to verify who you are in order to register to vote, right? No, I'm saying you have to verify who you are when you register to vote, not to go to vote, right? Before you get your ballot, you have to showcase where you live, who you are, voter. Wait, so you're saying that if you let me just understand your example here. So you're saying you moved to South Carolina, but you voted in Cal. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it, but I'm getting confused by your example. So you register to vote, you already need an ID to do that. Then they mail you your ballot in the state that wherever you live in or said you lived in. Let's say you lived in California. They would mail you your ballot to your address wherever you live. And then in your case, let's say you are in South Carolina for whatever reason, you're on a trip. You're saying that if you were to vote while by mail while in South Carolina, how would they know you're in a different state? I'm confused. Yeah, so so first off, they do signature verification. They also make sure that there's a when you register to vote, you also have to provide your signature on the ballot, or not ballot, on the registration form. So that's what they're linking up a lot of times is between the two signatures between that form. But then also there's voter registries that they can look back to as well to verify and check to make sure, like, does this person still live here? Because if you're registered in another state, then your vote gets canceled out. If another state says, hey, they're on our voter rolls. Yeah. So I'm, I'm trying to understand again, though. You're saying if somebody receives somebody else's ballot from another state? Right. Mhm. Okay, so for example, I mean, states do it already. Doesn't Virginia requires voter ID, Georgia requires voter ID. Let me ask you this. In Georgia in 2024, the president in 2020, before he went out, President Donald Trump said that there was voter fraud, massive voter fraud in the state of Georgia. Do you believe that to be the case? Yeah, so the point of bringing it up is because the president himself said that there was massive voter fraud in a state that has strict voter ID in it. So he either is lying about that, or a state with strict voter ID law couldn't stop a huge amount of fraud that prevented him from winning the state in Georgia. Yeah, so I'll say again, I'm maybe we just agree to disagree, but there's you don't have a constitutional right to go out to party. You do have one to vote. That's just the difference. But it doesn't matter. We had an amendment for that. Okay. Well, you're saying it's a state's decision, so clearly there's no federal election law deciding it. You're arguing for a federal law that says every state must have or should have voter ID associated with it. So my point is, based on Georgia, based on Virginia, you're saying that, oh, it's because of the people who are counting it who are committing fraud. So if there's fraud occurring, it doesn't matter if you have an ID or not, clearly, because fraud can still occur at a massive scale. Okay, so your argument is more not really about the difference in fraud. It's more we would be able to count votes faster. Okay, so I'll address it again, but you kind of mentioned it already with the 10th Amendment. The states have the right to conduct elections how they deem fit. Right now, we have states who don't deem that you need to present a photo ID to vote, and some states do. So the difference there is a private event, or if you come to my house and I demand you show an ID before you step foot in my house, I can do that. In some states, they said as long as you've registered to vote and we have a voter roll, you do not need to have your ID present. So that's just the law. I don't make the laws up. If you want to change the laws, you can change the laws, but that's the difference. So this already happens. We've already seen in states. First off, in states that don't require, do you think it's illegal to have somebody who is not registered to vote in a state that doesn't require photo ID? Would that be illegal? It would be. It would be illegal. You have to be registered to vote in order to vote in a general election. So it's already illegal in a state without a photo ID. people have been caught before. There has been voter tampering that has happened. People who are providing fake signatures on ballot. In Connecticut, there was a case. If you look at the election in Connecticut, it was a mayor for Bridgeport, and the state found out that there were people stuffing fake ballots in the mailboxes there that gave the current incumbent mayor the win in that state. And then they went back and said, hey, this is not matching up with voter records that we have. And then they found out that these were fake votes. So in a state that they didn't have voter ID for, they were able to curtail fraud and a fake fraudulent election this way. But we've already seen people. Those are safeguards that they have in place there. So the safeguards they have in a state like Connecticut worked. In a state like in Georgia, where the president is alleging that huge fraud happened, they have voter ID. It wasn't allowed. The election was not qualified. Okay, so then why is this happening? Okay, so then how does then why is fraud happening with photo ID? Why is fraud happening in states with photo ID? That's not true. We already have cases of people fraudulently claiming there's somebody else with a photo ID. This is in Ohio. We have cases that this has happened. Tennessee. So this was in Ohio, at least the case that I was citing was that there were people who illegally voted. And yeah, it's New York. Where do I post links? Speakeasy. Do I
You
just put it in
could
the
just
private
post it
chat?
in the back chat there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was an indictment for fraud for people who were non-citizens and also double voters. So people who voted twice, whether it was through mail voting and then they went to an actual physical location to then vote again. And so they were able to vote 2 times. They were caught for that at the end. So, right. Okay. But if you're voting by mail and then you go to a place and show your ID and then vote again, why aren't you being caught the second time if after you've shown your ID? Yeah, but you were just arguing that the people in Bridgeport were able to do it fraudulently and then were caught after the fact as well. So what's the difference? But they were caught for doing it. But they were allowed to vote in Ohio in the first place. Okay. Well, the debate wasn't about whether mail-in ballots should be discouraged or not. I think that's kind of a separate topic. But I would ask you, I know, but I just gave you an instance where it does happen without mail-in voting. There were non-citizens who were able to vote in Ohio as well. It wasn't just the double voters. So non-citizens, you could think of like a green card holder, visa holder who has maybe a state identification card. Not like you don't even necessarily have to have a license, although in some states you can have a license if you're a non-citizen. Can present that as an ID at a voting poll. Yes, according to the indictments in Ohio, that's what happened. They don't present their physical green card. So the yeah, there were that so there were two there were no, they were mail so 5 of them were mail-in votes who also voted at a booth, and then 1 was a non-citizen who voted in 3 separate elections. So, actually, they weren't even caught. So, they were caught after the 3rd election because they were not registered, they were not on the additional voter roll in 2020. So, in 2014, 2016, and 2018, they were notified that they were not an actual citizen because they weren't on the voter roll itself. They were presenting an ID. I believe that was the case. I can look back. Yes, I can look back and see and confirm that it was because the New York Post article only gives you the name of the person and where they were located. But I know that I did additional research on this. I got to bring it back up. But in that case, if you have an illegal citizen or not even illegal, they weren't illegal, they were a non-citizen. So again, if you have a visa or green card, you can still live in the country legally. You just can't vote in a general election for president, or even like a state election. But in that case, they were caught after the 3rd time. So I'm still not understanding the that was again, I have to give me 1 second. But so it was the system. So yeah, so in this case, it came from cross-checking his voter record through his citizenship and immigration database. So they were able to review. Well, he had to present the photo. Well, no, he had to present his photo ID when he went to vote in Ohio. But I'm saying that they were able to check if he was still an immigrant here legally or an actual citizen. And when they checked the immigration databases, they were like, wait a minute, this guy's been voting and he is not even a citizen here. So it wasn't even the ID itself. It was checking a whole separate immigration database to see if he was in the country as a United States citizen or just here visiting on a visa or on a green card. So that's what I mean when we have these checks in place, even with voter ID checks, they're not solving some of these fraudulent issues with voting. And if you want to talk about how many times this, yeah, Well, how did his vote? But his vote was counted. His vote was counted. The ballots in Bridgeport were not counted. Right. Well, it's more than that, but it's a very small amount. It was it was 11. I'm sorry, it was 11. I'm kidding. Well, how are they able to cross so that's a good point. If you're able to cross-check, how are they able to cross-check that this guy wasn't a citizen if your ID doesn't showcase your citizenship status? Right. So it wasn't okay. They are. Well, they were able to prove he was the person on the card. He was the person on the card, but what they couldn't find out from that instance was if he was a citizen or not. They cross-checked through immigration databases, which is separate. Yeah. In Ohio, no. I know in certain states, in California, New York, certain jurisdictions, non-citizens are, but not in Ohio. No, so again, because of this case, it showcased that voter ID didn't stop this person from voting. Now, let's agree on something. Did the Well, that's what I was going to say. Let's agree that we need more safeguards, right? Safeguards in states that we have in Connecticut where they don't have voter ID, safeguards that they have in the state of Ohio where they were able to catch him through the immigration databases, right? We because we yeah. So if you want to, all right. So think of it. Well, it was one example. I had others, but let's think about it this way, Tomahawk. Do you want me to say to you that safeguards making your constitutional rights harder to possess is better for the people in this country as a whole? Let's say I want to make it harder for you to own a gun. You can still own one, but I'm going to make sure that red flag laws are more restrictive. I'm going to make sure that you can only buy certain types of guns or have a longer waiting period when you do buy a gun. Now, again, these are going to make us safer. These are safeguards. Is that worth me trampling over those constitutional rights? Right. 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 I'm saying so I believe in all of our constitutional rights should be easier to access, and that safeguards against guns are restrictive the same way safeguards against restricting people from voting is also harmful. I want people to be able to own firearms as freely as they want. Same with voting. I don't want to be restricted by my own government to say, "Oh yeah, you registered to vote with an ID. Now you're going to have to show me ID again." I would be. So so it's if So it is illegal if you're not a citizen in this country to vote in a federal election. It's already illegal. We already have laws on the books against that. That's for local, or I don't even know if state elections are even allowed that, but for local elections, that's totally different, right? I mean, if you want to talk about, you can. It's illegal though. It's illegal. Sure, if you want to risk your staying in this country and being able to stay here legally, I mean, that's a pretty stupid risk to make. Mhm. But we kind of talked about it a little bit already, but for mail-in votes, you have to verify yourself the same way you would as you go to a polling booth. Yes, yes, you do. You have it's signature matching. That's So if somebody, let's say you go to register to vote, you have that piece of paper, you sign it, then you go to actually mail your ballot where you have to verify your own signature, right? If somebody notices an abnormality, they're going to use signature matching to ensure that this person didn't vote twice, they didn't come in person to also vote. It's not with everybody who votes. It's only certain people. Well, they're checking through the voter rolls. They're seeing if they still have to check it through the voter rolls. No, but I'm saying if somebody shows up more than once in a voter roll, then that's when they go and check the signatures to see that's how they're checking through it. One to one, if there's more than what's the thing? That's fraud also. All right. I don't. I mean, we've already gone over the fact that this fraud has happened with somebody presenting an ID. I know, but you're saying it never happens. You're saying this is what it would prevent. It hasn't prevented it, but it didn't. I can come up with more. I have a list of other cases. Wait. Wait. Are you arguing that there are thousands of ballots that are fraudulent that haven't been labeled as such through ballot harvesting? Are you saying all ballot harvesting has been ruled as fraud? Wait, but you're not getting that they were caught before they were counted. Okay. So what about this? What let's let's talk about let's talk about this another way. Um, if actually I am, I'm getting married in a couple months. My fiance has to change. Thank you. She has to change her last name. If she goes to a voting booth and presents her ID, and that's not her actual name, and she's convicted of voter fraud, which would happen under this, current proposed law, the SAVE Act, isn't there something wrong with that? She's a citizen. She registered to vote. No. I'm saying when it happens, we're gonna have we're gonna have to change passport. We're gonna have to change ID. I'm saying if we were to vote in. So in this example, if she were to change her name and she has to apply for a new passport, and that takes, I don't know, a month or two, and there's okay, or a voter ID, sure, with a different name, and there's an election that's happening before she gets her new ID, she's not allowed to vote? Why not? She's an American citizen who's been registered. Why wouldn't she be allowed to vote? and that's what I'm and that's my point. I'm saying if you were to go to a voter booth and it's the wrong ID, you're still able to vote through other means. You can still address that. So a voter ID doesn't even matter if it's not equal to. Yeah, currently that's the case. I'm saying with the Save Act that would well, with the Save Act, they would change that law, so she wouldn't be able to just address that at a voter booth. She would have to change it before an election. So, but it's not law yet. I'm just saying that would be a voter ID law. Yeah, I'm saying if there's well, like I mentioned, if you're getting married and you're close to an election day and your ID or passport isn't coming in with that name change, then I don't think it's right for you not to be able to convey your constitutional right to vote. I just think that would be wrong. In some states, but yeah, I'm saying, but with well, they're not. They're using that to give you more steps to obtain your right to vote. It's not like you're able to still vote at that time. Yeah, but she wasn't able to vote at the voting booth. She was told that she was gonna have to fill out some other form, provide legal documentation to show that she did change her name, a marriage certificate. So you have to put all these things together to just be able to get the right to vote again, which I think is a bit silly if you're saying that you just need a voter ID, you just need an ID to vote. Clearly that's not the case in this situation if you just need an ID to vote. I'm saying it's prohibitive and it's unnecessary. We've already showcased that states that don't need an ID to vote do this all the time. There isn't any more fraud than in states that do require the ID to vote in states like Virginia or Ohio. Okay, so showcase me the difference in the statistics there in states with ID. How many cases of voter fraud have existed in states with ID and states without ID? Because I have the numbers here. Mhm. Right, that was one case. Well, but the point is that we don't it's not necessary to have voter ID if your point is just to prevent fraud because we're already seeing fraud take place. So, well, how much voter fraud is occurring with mail-in ballots compared to regular voting at a voting booth, for example? Right. Should soldiers not be able to vote overseas? Do you think that soldiers shouldn't be able to vote overseas? Right, right. Okay. There are also expats can also vote overseas. You don't have to be a soldier, but somebody who's living in England, for example, is a US citizen. Are they not allowed to vote overseas? Right. But you're saying mail-in ballots are more fraudulent. So why aren't we seeing so do you think people who are overseas are more special than you and I? Well, then what's the difference between you and I? And why can't we vote by mail? Are we going to tamper with our vote? I would hope not. Not between you and I. Should you have the right to vote over by mail? Should you have that right? Should you have the right to vote by mail? Why? Are you going to commit fraud? Are you going to commit fraud if you do? Why not? Why wouldn't somebody over? Do you actually know how much fraud was caught overseas through voting by mail? Can you show that it's happening in the US? Yeah, but you're not giving me enough reason to. You're not giving me a good enough reason to why I shouldn't be able to vote. Why can't I? Why do I have to go get in my car and go to a voting booth if I live 10 miles away if I can just mail it in myself at home without fraud? Because I'm an American, goddamn it, that's my right. That's right. You can, which I usually do. So actually, quick anecdote. When I did, so I'm from Connecticut. When I lived in Virginia, because I was a student there, I had to send in a vote while I was a student in Virginia to vote in elections in Connecticut. I didn't want to drive 9 miles to my voting booth to do that, or 9 hours. Sorry, not 9. I wish it was 9 miles. 9 hours to go back to Connecticut to vote in person. Why is that a bad thing? I lived in the U.S. Why am I not allowed to do that? But I'm saying if I was able to be there, I would rather personally, I always like to go in person. But I'm saying I don't want to drive 9 hours back home if I'm in college to just be able to vote. Obviously, I think voting is super important, but I'm going to waste all that gas money, all that time just to drive back home for that. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right for most people to incur that cost. It shouldn't incur a cost to vote, right? If you have a constitutional right like that, I shouldn't be having to pay more to do that because it's still safe. Because it's still safe. My vote's still being counted. I don't I still had to be registered. I still had to fill out a form. I'm saying the right. I still had to fill out a form to send back home. Because I have Wait, what do you mean, how would they know I sent it? I would have to verify my information based on my voter registration. I'm saying I I'm saying I did show an ID via mail. I had to write my identification number on the voter ballot when I sent it in. I had to verify who I was. But you're saying that that could be I think it was like my license. I think it was my license number I had to like put on the form itself. But I don't know why you're saying that that's something that could be fraudulent, and then sign it and then say that, oh, again, I'm fine with you voting in person, but okay. So your argument is that if we had people show up to the voter booth physically to get their ballot in the first place, and then they can, I don't know, I guess they to go and cast their vote. Okay, that's going to prevent them from going home and committing fraud rather than the current system we have right now. Yeah, like the barcode. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So, well, you'd have to invent that in the first place. We we don't have that infrastructure, but that's basically what going to a voter booth is already. I mean, if you can just go to a voting booth and just do that. I mean, if you're saying you can have places where it's just scanning your ID and it's not like an actual physical building you have to go into, and you can do that from like another place that's maybe like closer to your house that you can drive to, kind of like a delivery point, like yeah, you could go to like a separate. I mean, it's kind of a hypothetical. I wouldn't be against if you want to like set that up. I just don't know if you're saying, is that going to replace, you want that to replace everything though? I mean, if you want to do that, if you want to do that in some states, I'm not saying it would be better, or again, I like to physically go in to vote myself, but I'm saying that if you aren't able to be there in person like I was, I don't know how that's helping you. But then also, you're expecting people, instead of going to a voting booth, to just drive up to like a separate, voting box to do that. I don't know. Seems kind of silly. My main point is, if you're in Colorado, if you're in Colorado and Utah, those states already have vote by mail. That's their way of vote. They don't have going in person. So then you have to alter their entire. Okay, but I'm just saying you'd have to change the state and how they send out ballots, which is not hard. But that's true. That's true. But in those states, in Colorado and Utah, I can't really think of a lot of voter fraud happening, and they're strictly vote by mail. So it's hard to. Because of the safeguards they currently have in place. That's how they're preventing fraud already, right? So we have safeguards with vote by mail. Well, that's the point. Why do you want to add more government to this? They don't need to be involved anymore. We don't need more government involved with the voting system. I know, but we have that. And you're saying, well, what's the problem with adding one more step? Well, what's the problem with the government stomping on our rights one more time? What's the problem with doing that with guns? Yeah, it is. So you're telling me I have to go out to a voting booth and present my ID every time I want to, instead of voting by mail? That's making it harder for me to vote. It's not my constitutional right to buy beer. It does. These are constitutional laws. There's a whole subset of law just based on the Constitution that we have to adhere to. Like, buying beer is not as important, at least to me, as being able to vote is. And I think that we have separate laws because of that. You know that. No, I don't think so. Well, age of consent, I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. But being able to buy alcohol, no. Technically, the age should be lower. I mean, that's been discussed. I'm not currently in favor of a 16-year-old going to vote, but I know people think that we should lower the voting age. Well, that's a debate about whether people have enough knowledge and whether they're old enough to, or mature enough to really understand what they're voting on. But that's kind of like a separate topic. I'm saying we should allow people to explore their constitutional right with as less government interference as possible, as long as it's still safe and effective. If it's safe and effective still, then what's the point? Yeah, that's a speak if you want me to finish this one up and then we can
Yeah, I was
go
gonna say
into
I'll let you answer that. Go
yeah,
ahead.
just to answer that. I mean, that's a subjective question. A lot of people think that if you're too old, you shouldn't even be able to serve in Congress too. So I guess if you want to argue about maturity, does it mean that that's an age thing? Does age mean you're mature? I don't know. I mean, I still don't think. I think that more younger people, like if you're 12 years old, I would say you're pretty immature. If you're 24 years old, you could still be immature. But again, we have these limits already on who we've decided should be not allowed to vote. So that's just the way the laws are right now. I'd say that we just have to obey what they are at this point. If you want them changed to be higher or lower, that's another discussion.
So that right there would wrap up the hour of open floor. But usually, when there still seems like there's a little bit of meat on the bones, I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
to offer both sides, keeping in mind that we have the 30-minute Q&A as well. But I like to offer both sides. If you guys would like an extra 30 minutes of open floor, we could do that as well. Just because
Up to Tomahawk, I'll give it up to him because I feel like the conversation's kind of started to go circular again.
yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
yeah, yeah.
like what I was seeing a lot of a pattern of is kind of maybe I'd ask this question to you guys, and then if you guys want to go another 30 minutes on this, it kind of seemed like there was a conflict here where like should election systems prioritize like maximum participation or maximum verification if these two are
Yeah.
coming into conflict? Because I think that's where you guys were,
That's a great question, actually. That's
right?
a good
So
question. And I think that for me personally, because of the amount of low participation that we've seen already, although in the previous ones we've seen it higher than it was maybe a decade or so ago, I think that Americans are really missing out on having their voices heard when they don't show up. And a lot of them feel not included in the system, whether that's because of the politics themselves and the partisanship. But I think that having more and more people vote can really have a real effect on who we elect into office. And a lot of times we don't see that because people stay home and then we get these old bureaucrats running and winning all the time because you just have a core group of voters that keep coming out. I think making it easier and having more people vote should be kind of a goal that we have in this country and kind of showing support for that. And I think if you enact certain things that make that harder or make it more annoying for them, they're going to be like, screw it. Not worth my time, especially to vote for like these same old people. So like, I think having more people show up is better. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know because a lot of people, you could say have an opinion. Does that mean that they shouldn't complain about who's in office if the but these policies affect them, right? And they still have an opinion on them. Yeah, but imagine it. Well, yeah, we can talk about that, but like let's say someone, for example, they have an ID, they were gonna go out to vote, and then they forgot it at home, and then they went to a voting booth and they were like, yeah, we need your ID, and they're like, well, now it's a waste. I wasted all this time. Screw it, I'm not gonna vote. Like, I think we should give that person an opportunity to have other ways of being participating in this. What? Well, yeah, well, like this. Well, do you think that their opinion on politics matters less than somebody who did go out to vote? Do you think that their voice is less important? Well, let's say it's not even the idea. Let's say it's the candidates themselves. Like a lot of Trump supporters, a lot of people on the left in 2020 or 2024 said, "I don't like either of these people. They don't represent me. Maybe we should have more options at the ballot booth to make sure that they come out to vote. Maybe get rid of parties. Maybe have it so it's nonpartisan on a list, so it's you're not seeing somebody with a D or R next to their name to encourage more people to come out. So there are ways we can get people more incorporated into the voting system rather than just make it harder for them to vote with an ID or something. I think that's much better. I think reforming our voting system is a much better idea. Yeah, I'm saying, would you agree that the way politics works in this country is a bigger threat to democracy than enacting voter ID that's going to stop one person from illegally voting? Because I think that's a much bigger issue for the country. So the two-party system, do you think that the two-party system is a bigger threat to our way of life than somebody voting twice in Ohio, the example I gave? Do you think that's the bigger threat? No? Right, that's still illegal. That's you're breaking the law. Really? I mean, the amount of fraud again that we talked about, which amounts to dozens or hundreds out of millions of votes, you think is a bigger threat to the country than two mega donor parties that are controlling how this country's politics work. I vastly disagree. But we're still catching them for breaking the law. I'm saying the scale. Think about the scale that this is happening at. Right. No, you're good. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree because like think about it, man. Like the amount of people, it's kind of like how we scape. It's kind of how we scapegoat. It's kind of how we scapegoat a lot of issues, at least in the U.S., where it's like you know the politicians say, "Look over here, look at the issues," while they deal with all the stuff that's going to affect my life and your life. And I feel like those are the people who are a bigger threat to us. I'm talking about a macro level. I'm not advocating for fraudulent voting. I'm just saying the scale at the scale it's happening at, a lot of people's lives are not affected by the few people every 4 years that are found to vote that they are found guilty to vote fraudulently than our current political system. Yeah, yeah, but I'm also but the point is but if you showed me that those chinks in the armor were amounting to something larger and larger every 4 years, I would probably be more positive towards your position, but that's not happening. That's just not happening. Mhm. That also that also happened in 2024. They have looked at it. I already brought it up, the Georgia cases. I already brought it up. You think voter ID was gonna prevent illegal votes from being counted? That's silly now. That's silly. You're saying 2020, the jump that happened was because illegal votes were being counted? No. Well, I'm saying every election you have to look at what's happening, but I'm saying they've looked at it and they came back and told us there was no fraud that was occurring. That's the mail-in ballots being counted. Sure, there's cases always going on. There were like 12 cases that were already pushed back from the court. Do you know how many times they recounted the votes in Georgia? 3 separate times. 3 separate times from Fulton County. So you're saying it's not even voter ID. It's the people in charge that can cause more fraud. So forget voter ID. We gotta get corrupt people out of the system who are counting votes. That's fine with me. Okay, agree. Well, you just admitted it didn't. You just admitted it didn't curtail that. All right, that's fine. I concede if you think it's a faster method, although other states like Vermont, New Hampshire, smaller states are able to count them just as fast. But like if you want that to be your hill to die on of being able to count votes faster, fine. I don't know if the evidence really shows that in Arizona they took days to count. They have voter ID in Arizona. In Florida, maybe it works better because of their system. I'm fine with having a faster system in Arizona. Yeah. No, yeah, I swear to God. Yes. They did also have mail-in, yes. But that wasn't the majority of it. That wasn't the majority, but it what they did have some, but they did take days as well, so it's not every state. All right, I feel like we've also talked about mail-in enough, that we'll probably just go in circles again, but I disagree. I think it's an easy scapegoat, but the evidence is not showing that that mail-in particularly has a lot of fraud associated with it. Because it's It's an easy scapegoat because you're not able to put a person in a physical location and you can just assume that they're wherever or whomever, even though we already have safeguards in place that we've talked about. You are. How are we verifying it now? I told you how we verify it already. You already have to register. They associate that with your address. They send you a ballot. That's your argument for having to get an ID to vote. You have to make that. You have to provide documents. You have to go in person to a DMV. You have to get a passport. You have to get a driver's license. It's the same process. Potentially, or your address or other parts of you that have changed. So it's not just. Yeah, but I'm saying you're saying there's all this changes that you have to do for mail-in voting. It's the same thing if you have to change your if you get a new passport, for example. Yeah, sure. Unless something's changed, you wouldn't need it again, but you'd have to like hold on to them. Yeah, but you're saying that there's no verification that happens during mail-in ballots, but there is. All right, do you know how they're tracked? All right, be honest. Do you know how mail-in ballots work? Like the process? Because it seems like I think because I feel like it from the top level, it's easy to misconstrue the system, and I think a lot of people. It's not just you, but like a lot of people are like, it's easily you're easily able to get through. Sure. Or you can have someone fake write a signature or whatever. There's serialized envelopes. There's tracking numbers. There's where the ballot was sent, when it was returned, when it was. They have dates when it was accepted. So if you sent it at a certain date that was after the proposal, they won't accept it. Signature verification, DMV records, driver's license numbers, partial witnesses, notarization. So there are many ways during this process that they're able to verify it with another person involved. If you sign your signature, they have these people who are witnesses or notarizers. The rules differ by state, but there are parts of this process where I feel like there's so much oversight. And especially by these are laws written by Republicans and Democrats, so it's not just one party either. Chain of custody procedures, fraud penalties, criminal charges that can happen if you lie on a form. So, all right. Again, I'm not against showing your card at a ballot box. I'm just saying if you want to prevent fraud, that card is not getting rid of all the fraud that you're talking about just through no vote. But that's my argument. The one more safeguard, it's more government getting in the way of a system that we already have checks and balances for, and it's not adding anything that's going to save. How is it going to save election results from being. Well, if the debate was about which way is simpler, you got me there. But that's not the debate. It's about if the government should impose more restrictions on voter ID. All right. Well, should it be simple? How about this? How about this? Is it simple? Is it simpler? Is it simpler for the government to drive to your home, take your picture, and then ask for your vote there? You don't have to go anywhere. Of course, you don't have to drive to a voting booth. You have the state election authorities come to your house. Well, think about it. Think about it. If a government employee came to where you say you live and verified that, and then made you vote while they were there, isn't that simpler for you and also more verifiable for them? So why don't we do that? Why don't we have the government just show up to your house? No, I'm saying they go to your house and they give you a ballot. They show up to your house. They confirm your ID, take a picture of you, whatever, confirm that's you on your ID, hand you a ballot, you fill it out, and then they take it back in their little van or car, go to the next house. Isn't that simple? Isn't that easy? No? How? You're not even having to drive anywhere. You think it doesn't cost money for you to buy an ID or to get a new ID? Think that doesn't cost money? You think through mail transit? You think through mail transit they're going to be able to send you the right ID? Maybe they sent you the wrong one. You have to reorder it again. It doesn't come in on time. Do you do you think there's less human error if somebody came straight to you? I think there would be. Does that mean it's better? No, no, no. I'm talking about the vote itself. I'm talking about the vote itself. No, no, no. No. I'm saying I show up to Tomahawk's house or apartment or wherever you live, and I say, "Are you Tomahawk? Let me take a picture and show it to your ID and say, okay, I can confirm you're Tomahawk. Here's a ballot, fill it out right in front of me. I take that ballot as an election official, put it in my car, drive back to the ballot place or whatever. What's wrong with all right, they can drop it off. They can drop it off. You don't have to, it's simpler. Wouldn't that be simpler for you? Really? If the ballot box, if you have to drive to a ballot box or you have to drive to a voting booth to do that yourself, you don't think that'd be simpler? So, you think when you put your ballot in a ballot box at the voting booth, whatever happens after is in your control? Because it's not. It's up to them what happens to it. They can do whatever they want. They're able to do that if they show up to your house. That's easier for you. I'm saying simpler does not equal better. Simpler, faster, these doesn't mean it's safer. There still can be people who work in these elections offices who can be fraudulent people. They can be bad actors. That doesn't end the fraud. Sure, sure. Human error is part of that. It could be bad actors that are part of that. Yeah, of course, there's different things. So I'm saying it's not. I'm saying it's not ending fraud with elections just to have an ID. We can agree to that. It's not ending fraud. That's right. So you're saying voter ID isn't foolproof. You're saying there will still be fraud with voter ID. So then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're still talking about fraud still existing. I thought the whole point of voter ID was to get rid of fraud. Now you're saying, well, it'll still happen. We don't know that. That's the thing. You haven't given me any data saying that voter ID has prevented fraud from taking place. I've already given you evidence that it has. You said that When did I show? Where did I show that? When did I say that? Yeah, and there were 5 other cases who were no, it was one. It was one case that was voting double, and then the other were mail-in ballots. In a case with voter ID. But that was a state with voter ID. That was the whole point of me bringing that up. You're so I don't know. I don't know what your point is. I you keep I you keep going back to it's another added security measure, but I don't know how many. I just don't know how many. But like, how many more added security measures do we need to enact in the law to make society? So just this. So just for voting, you don't need any more security measures anywhere else that the government will impose. They're just going to take this specific example and not apply it everywhere else. Come on, think about the government. Think about government overreach. Do you think they're going to stop at just voting? I know you keep going back, but we got a gate, we got a lock, we got this, and now you're saying, well, it's the bouncer that's really going to protect the fraud from happening. Why? I I know that's what you keep saying, but then every time I move on to the case in Ohio, you're like, well, it wasn't him, it was the system that failed. So you keep kind of you keep moving the goal. So it's but how is my argument about the guy who voted and voter ID didn't stop it? But then you're saying, well, that was because of a system failure. It's like, well, then what's the point of the photo ID? Yes, but he's not a citizen. He shouldn't have been able. He shouldn't have been. He voted 3 separate times. Why weren't they stopping him the other 3 times? That's why I'm saying the voter ID didn't work. After 3 times. But I already told you, mail-in ballots, you also have to register with an ID, and you also have to prove your ID on a. I know, but you still have to. You have to. We still have signature. But I kind of went you through the list, right, of like how the mail-in ballots are processed. There's different forms of verification steps. I mean, that's like anything is possible at that. Like we can bring up any hypothetical. Like anything can look good. Anything can happen here. Like then it's the person in charge of the ballots. It's this and that. Like we have to. If you can show real life examples on a large scale of this happening, I would agree with you. But there's just nothing out there that you can showcase to me that's like, okay, here's how much fraud existed before in 2003 compared to now. We're just not seeing an increase, large scale increase of change between fraud cases. Why not?
Did you want to answer that to that at all, Castle? Before?
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
good.
No worries, no worries. So that is going to wrap up the open floor back and forth. Excellent exchange from both sides tonight. We're now going to enter the final phase of the debate, the closing statement. Quick reminder to the live chat, Q&A is already up there for you guys. So if you've got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. And reminder though, super chats, PayPal, Cash App, these questions take priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to all the free ones. But I don't see too many super chats there, so I think you can get your questions in there. All right, so get them in there. With that said, we're going to move into the closing statements here. So we're going to be starting with Tomahawk. That'll give Castle the last word. So Tomahawk, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice. All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Castle. And Castle, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so my opponent wanted you to believe that more government bureaucracy was going to solve an already minuscule amount of voter fraud occurring. More overreach to protect elections, right? Well, most Americans in our institutions believe our elections are safe. We've already seen that the 2024 election, whether you believe it or not, was one of the safest elections conducted. And guess what? Donald Trump won outright that election. He won the popular vote even. So Donald Trump wasn't concerned about voter fraud in 2024, but he was concerned about voter fraud in states like Georgia in 2020. He closed down his own voter fraud commission for having no evidence of widespread voter fraud in that state. No fraud found in Georgia, no fraud found in Arizona. And yet my opponent, who appears to be a fan of Donald Trump, had no response to any of that. So we already know that the fraud that was alleged to be committed during the 2020 election didn't happen after dozens of court cases, the appeals, the recounting. So more documents, more identification, the changes of state laws, state processes will all have to change because we want to prevent a handful of people who sent in 2 ballots in a state like Ohio or Indiana, and then who were caught for doing that, for committing a federal crime of voting twice in an election. This is everything that my opponent wants to happen just to prevent those people from getting caught fraudulently voting. Is that worth it to you? Is that worth stomping over our constitutional rights just for a few cases like that? It's like I'm asking us for a specific law for people who jaywalk while doing a cartwheel. Do we really need to add another added layer of security where we already have safeguards in place that already answer these questions? So this is unnecessary. It's undue additions to an already close to perfect system we have. It's not perfect, but we already know based on the evidence my proponent lacked to provide, he couldn't give me any widespread fraud cases occurring. He just mentioned that mail-in voting was fraudulent because he didn't understand how the process worked, quite frankly. At the end of the debate, the central question is not whether election security matters. We agreed on that. We even agreed on a few things like how you can add more safeguards without it being voter ID itself. But of course we agree on safeguards. Every person in this room agrees that elections should be secure, accurate, and trusted. The real question is whether photo ID is that necessary safeguard that's going to be enough to justify placing an additional barrier on people for a fundamental constitutional right. So throughout the debate, my opponent pointed to isolated incidents of illegal voting or concerns about fraud, but those isolated cases are not the same thing as a widespread systematic fraud capable of undermining our democracy. When you start putting fear into people that our elections aren't safe, like my opponent saying only voter ID will solve fraud, it starts undermining our elections. It starts having people question their vote when they go out to vote, whether they do it in person or through mail. So I think it's undermining to our democracy. It makes people question the system and not want to participate in it. Speakeasy brought up a great point about, do we want our systems to be more secure, to have more people vote in it? I want more people to vote in a more secure system. And right now we have a secure enough system. We don't have the people who are having their voices heard enough. And I think getting those people out to the polls and making it easier for them to vote while still being secure and safe is better for our democracy, because we all know that the people at the top in the two-party system are more destructive than 2 people who voted twice in the state of Ohio. This matters too, because our election system, we already has shown it has safeguards, whether it's through mail or through the voting booth itself. And when we even discussed mail-in voting, we saw that elections are not operating without that verification that's necessary. We have mail ballots that are tracked, the signatures are compared, identities are checked, ballots are monitored through multiple layers of oversight. So the argument tonight can't simply be fraud exists somewhere. Every system has isolated violations. The question really is, does that justify imposing new burdens on millions of legitimate voters, because those burdens are real, as I stated tonight. So what we heard were just hypotheticals and fears and isolated anecdotes, and not just evidence of widespread fraud requiring broad restrictions. A democracy should be careful about making voting harder. Because if they can make it harder for you to vote, the government can make it harder for you to own a gun. The government can make it harder for you to protest, and so on and so forth, especially when the problem being targeted is already extremely rare. We don't want to make other constitutional rights that we have also harder to showcase as our right as an American. So because when legitimate citizens are discouraged, delayed, or blocked from participating, that's how the government can really impose their will. Democracy itself becomes weaker, and I think that's bad.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that is going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you're enjoying what you're seeing out there, make sure you like the stream and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Okay, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social issues, philosophy. Anything where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you guys go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. Now, before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard, arguments I want clarified, maybe something I think deserves another pass, just anything from along that nature. And once those questions are answered, we get to the official 30-minute Q&A. So to start, I'm going to start with the affirmative side. So how do we ensure that stricter voter verification laws don't unintentionally disenfranchise lawful voters who do lack the easy access to identification or in-person verification? All right. And is there anything you wanted to say to that, Castle?
Yeah, I think the question you asked is valid because that's one of the concerns that a lot of people have with this SAFE Act that's working itself through Congress, because there would be voter disenfranchisement happening. Because like I said, if you're somebody who's getting married and you're a woman who has to change her last name and you don't get an ID in time, that's basically disenfranchising you from being able to vote at the voting booth. So I that's That's currently the case, but with a federal law, that would overtake all state law, right? If they passed a federal law, that would change the way that states are able to conduct their current processes. So I think that's something. Maybe, but that's why do we need these? That's my problem with your point too. Is like, why do we need these additional processes to come up with other ways to bypass it? It just seems like you're coming up with more and more steps that we don't need, and I think that's the unnecessary part. Uh, Again, I feel I feel like these unnecessary steps, again, like if you're having somebody who's already legally, they're a citizen, they're legally registered to vote here, and you're saying, well, you didn't get your ID in time because your last name changed, you can't vote. But you're saying, well, maybe the state, all 50 states are going to have their own way of dealing with this issue by having impose other avenues for these people. It's like, I just don't get why that's necessary. I don't get it. I'd ask I'd ask that too. Why don't we have that in this bill? Why isn't that part of the bill that they're proposing where that's something? It's up to the states already. It's up to the states already.
All right. So this is kind of segueing a little bit into my second question. So, like, hypothetically, if election fraud allegations continued after a nationwide voter ID implementation, would you still consider that policy successful? And if so, why? All right. And did you want to say something to that, Castle?
I'm trying to think of anything that I haven't said already. I don't want to be too repetitive. You can speak if you want to go to the next question. I think I'd
Yeah,
rather
no
just go to
problem,
the
no
next
problem.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll go to my questions I have for you then.
Yeah.
So first one is, if voting access should be maximized above all else, because I asked about if they were to come into conflict. Like what is the specific safeguards you're willing to support to maintain like a public confidence in the election outcomes?
So I think that increasing the amount of people who are currently counting votes right now to make it faster, like one of the points that Tomahawk brought up is like in some states, even where I live, like New York, they're super slow. They're super slow to count. They don't have the resources. Less resources that you have will show more cracks, I believe, than voter ID. If you have less people or you have more people working overtime to count thousands and thousands of ballots, one slips through that they either counted wrong or they went through the wrong process. So like human error is always a factor, and why I think recounts are always important when it's a close election. And these do already happen. So I'm fine with recounting or having either candidate come in and say like, I suspect fraud, we should look into this. So I think it's really a resource thing, resource management, having more people count ballots, have more nonpartisan people overwatching people, poll workers, people who are there at the polls themselves. When it comes to mail-in voting, I know that was a big point of contention. I don't have the details off the top of my dome, but if there are ways to make it more verifiable for people who are sending in a mail-in ballot, I think that's fair. I mean, right now that the points that I mentioned already, where we already have a verification system, we have ways to scan ballots, who we've sent them to, when they were sent back, and by who, signature verifications. I think it's showcased already that they've thought through this enough where the amount of fraud coming in is limited in these cases. So I would just have to think if there's anything else that wouldn't be kind of get in the way of somebody's right to vote, that would make it harder for them. Like if they're sending you like a password or something, or some like chain of numbers and letters that you also have to put on like a form, and then that just discourages people. I don't know if that's something I could find agreement with or disagreement with. So I could be presented with ideas. Again, I'm not against safeguards to vote and election fraud. I think that we agreed on that. It was just that voter ID being the way to prevent this, I just don't see the proof or the way that it's already done so already in certain states where they have voter ID and they've come back and said no fraud has occurred. I think if there was more evidence where we saw voter ID preventing no fraud completely, I think he would have a stronger argument, and maybe I could be convinced, but it just seems like it's not what's actually solving the issue here. So that's what I would say to that.
All right, all right. And then Tomahawk, did you have anything you wanted to say to that? Okay. All right. And then so for my next question for you, Castle, is if the if the identity verification is for voting is considered like a government overreach, where would you draw the line, like between protecting civil liberties and protecting election integrity?
That's a good question. I think anything that kind of invokes a type of poll tax is where I think I would draw the line. So some people will argue, I think in the South, they have the state government provide you like an ID if you're a citizen there. So they have, obviously, they have voter ID there. they say, well, if you don't have a voter ID, we'll send you one in. If you lose it again, then you have to like pay for it the next time, but we'll give you one for free. That's fine. I think if states are making you off the bat pay for that, I think that's something that I would consider kind of like a poll tax, where the government should be able to provide you with the resource at one point in time to make it easy for you to vote and have your voter booth accessible for you. If you lose that ID or whatever happens, that's on you. But I think that the fact, if you want somebody to have you sign all these documents, proof citizenship, prove where you live, your ID that proves what you look like and who you are, and then they have all these documents to register to vote, and then if you lose it in the span between that and when you're able to vote 4 years later, if they aren't able to provide you an ID and they're saying, hey, you got to pay $80, $100 instead, I think that's where I think it's a little overreach of the government in terms of like an additional safeguard when there are states that don't have voter ID. You don't have to worry about that in certain instances. So that's one thing. I think outside of that, again, like I've been open to other ways to make voting more secure. For me, the thing that when people say that, like, well, what if we can make it more secure? What if we had this and that? It's like, I don't think people really understand like the scale we're talking about here, where out of hundreds of millions, or 150 million at least, people who voted in the general election 2024. We'll go back to 2024, for example. You had a dozen people in Indiana or 4 people in Alaska. And again, I'm not saying voter fraud is good. I'm not saying that we should allow it and encourage it to continue, but like, how much of these excesses are going to reduce that 4 vote total to 3 votes, or maybe even 3 votes to 2 votes? It's like, is it really worth the cost and burden? I mean, Tomahawk talked about cost. It was kind of ironic. He talked about the sanctity and safety of our vote, but then he was like, well, if we add all these resources, it's going to cost too much. Well, if you really believe in the sanctity and safety of the vote, any cost shouldn't be dissuadable to you. You should really be accepting anything to preserve that. So I don't know why that. Well, the question was asking me if what I would think could help. And I'm saying, I gave an example. Of course, there would be resources that cost money, but if it were to help the sanctity and preserve the safety of the vote, I don't know why that would be an issue for you. I thought you were arguing that that's what voter ID would do. Is there a cost to democracy in your eye? Which one's more expensive? Which one's more expensive, a card or somebody who volunteers for free? Can I volunteer for free? That's a resource. That doesn't cost money. It does. It's free. It's free versus an ID card. It's a free volunteer versus a card I have to pay for, right? Well, you're saying the government is paying. Well, I thought we were talking about government costs. The government doesn't have to pay volunteers, but if you're saying the person working at a poll has to sacrifice Ubering on the weekend, sure. Someone can volunteer. They're not forced to. They're volunteering, so they can choose how they want. Right. That's true. Well, the machines are to count votes. Are you saying that less machines is less money? It's not. It's you're not making the right analogy. All those are parts of a system. Those are the voting machines. That's part of the system. It's not what's going to verify. But you have to. Otherwise, you have to manually. So you want to manually read IDs with a human instead? You need a machine. I I already gave you the example where we're talking about if we're talking about volunteers, that doesn't cost many money. It doesn't cost money. Not for the government. Not for the government. No. Sure. Just to be able to count them. Just to be able to count them faster. I'm not but somebody has to verify your ID. If you go to a voting booth, they have to see your ID too. Wait a minute. What wait, what do you mean? Who are you showing the card to? Who are you showing the card to? Who are you show Okay, so if you have more people looking at cards, do you think that would speed up the process or slow it down? Okay, that's what we wanted to you said we wanted faster
So,
elections. Well, so then the resources aren't the problem.
all right. So, we are going to get into the chat questions now. So remember, chat, we're going through the super chats first, but there doesn't look like there's too many. So if you have questions, get them in now. All right, because we have 30 minutes and people may bump themselves up. Okay, people may bump themselves up, but let's go ahead and start the timer up here. And let me see what we got first. Coming in from Prince of Dog says, salute, easy, God bless you and the family. Also salute, thanks for the castle AI, by the way, goat lives matter. Thank you, salute to you as well, dogs. Sempiternal chaos comes in for $2, just showing some support. Appreciate you. John Castle comes in, not my relative.
I saw that earlier. It's like everybody always asks me. I don't know who he is, but I always get that question. Oh, you
Yeah, when you first started, they were like, "Is this John or Jason?" And I was like, "Neither. It's another castle." And they're like, "How many fucking castles are
I
there?"
know.
I mean, I until the internet, I didn't realize it was such a popular last
Me
name.
neither.
Well, yeah, you can. Is it pertinent to the?
Should we get rid of seatbelt laws or seatbelts themselves in cars? Well, I can just choose not to wear it. You don't have to get rid of it. Um, I don't know if it's a few, but I think the stats are a little skewed there, but yeah, I would say if you don't want to wear a seatbelt, you don't have to, but it's up to you if you want to be more safe. People should have a choice. People should have a choice. That's what my answer would be. No, I mean, I just think people have a choice whether or not they want to wear one. You can either wear it or not. The seatbelt is part of the construction of the car. You'd have to ask the industry what they think about that, but I don't think that they're going to get rid of
Just so
seatbelts.
I can try and cross this bridge here for you. Tamak, you're asking him, should we get rid of seatbelts? That would be equivalent to asking him, should we get rid of votes? He's not saying we should get rid of the vote, right? So he's saying I don't want to get rid of the vote. I think it should be their choice if they want to go and ID in person or do it another way. That's what he's saying. All right. I'll let him answer that, then we'll keep going through the questions.
Okay. I mean, I'll say this: if only 5 people a year died because they weren't wearing a seatbelt, and everybody else. Wait, I thought you meant. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about if we should. Okay. Should we get rid of? No. I don't think that you can blame. You can. No, I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Yeah,
You can't vote. You can't prove that the seatbelt is what caused them to get hurt. That's not what caused them to die. The seatbelt saved them from getting fucking massacred, maybe in an accident, but that's not why they died in a car accident, right? You know that.
All right. If you want to bring this up, maybe if you both stay for the panel, we'll do this after.
Yeah.
We had Spartacus came in for 10, just said boom. Thank you very much, Spartacus. I appreciate you. Spartacus also coming in for 5 said, question for the debaters. Why can't at Son of Jesus shut the fuck up?
Who is that?
Shit. I think that was who they were debating earlier in the chat. There's a little debate in the chat going on too. Thank you, Spartacus. I wish VK rules applied during Swords of Reason. Thank you, Spartacus. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trailer Thrash Music coming in for 10 says late tax. Hola, everyone. Salute to you, Trailer Thrash. I appreciate that. Spartacus said John Castle had a question. Why didn't you put it? Let me look over here in the Q&A. I think we did have some.
I love how your chat just donates just to donate. That's pretty chill.
Yeah, sometimes they're just this is a light
that's
work.
A good community.
Light
right
work
there.
one. Light work one. Usually they're just coming in to roast me. This question comes in from Hardwire 1%er. I think it's more of a, or I guess it's a question at the end there. The U.S. Constitution gives the right to vote, also states that you must be a U.S. citizen to vote. Where does it forbid proving you are a citizen?
Is that for me or for?
Yeah, I think this one's towards you. Yeah. So it says that again, the U.S. Constitution gives the right to vote, also states that you must be a U.S. citizen to vote. Where does it forbid proving you are a citizen?
Where does it forbid proving? It doesn't. So I never argued that illegals should be voting, or even citizens should be voting in elections. I was pointing out that during the registration process, you have to prove that you are a citizen and you live in the U.S. legally. You have an ID and all that. So I was never against saying like we should have illegals to vote. Now I know he brought up some cases where you don't have to be a voting citizen in some states for like state and local. I think it's local elections, like in New York City. I know for mayoral election, you don't necessarily have to be a citizen, full citizen yet. But yeah, I'm not arguing that illegals should vote or that you shouldn't have to prove you're a U.S. citizen. I think that's still something that I'm very much for sure. I'm not, saying that that should be abolished by any means.
All right, fair. We got another one comes in from Teriak. It says, I'm going to put it in here, a banner for you. Question for Castle. Why do we restrict run rights? Oh, I think he meant to put gun rights. Yeah. I copy and pasted this one too, so this is how he wrote it. But why do we restrict gun rights, but you have an issue restricting voting rights?
So I don't have an issue with safeguards for voting in the same that we have safeguards for gun owners. I think that a lot of Second Amendment purists believe that anything that's trying to safeguard the American people is considered a restriction on their right to own firearms. I think that's a separate debate, but to be analogous here, I think that safeguards are good. I think if you're trying to prevent death or suicide for people or people who have a history of mental illness, I think it's a good thing to stop that or prevent them from owning a firearm from hurting themselves or other people. Some people may say, well, it's their Second Amendment right. They should be able to own it anyway. So my idea on the Second Amendment and the First Amendment and how it relates to voting rights is a little different because I believe a person's life is at risk in certain scenarios. And I think obviously if you're pro-life, you want everybody to live if they can, who are innocent of any crimes, let's say. So I think when it comes to voting, I'm all for safeguards, but I think certain restrictions against it hurts democracy and it hurts the participation in a full democracy. So that's why I view it a little bit differently there, where I'm all for safeguards. I believe the current laws we have on the books that make it illegal for illegal voters to vote twice, to vote from another state in another election. I think just based on the evidence, there's a lot more people dying from gun violence. You could say it's a leading cause of deaths every year compared to the amount of illegal voters each election cycle, which is it's just infinitesimally small compared to that number. So that's why I view it a little bit different, if that helps answer the question.
All right. Next one, we got a big 50 coming in from Spartacus. Says John Castle, PhD, tell him I can't remember the question. And then I also seen him in the chat after say, I also can't recall. You guys are just fucking with me now. You guys are just messing with me. Rule over 2 comes in for 10 and says, I has no question. Thank you. Thank you, Darth. I appreciate that. Prince of Dogs showing some support for 5. Thank you, Prince of Dogs. Vector of Intellect coming in for 10, showing some support. I appreciate you big time. Jeff Willard, member for 3 months with some upset faces. He's not happy. All right,
not happy.
Oh, Zombie comes in, became a new member. Shout out to you, Zombie. I appreciate that big time. Let me see here. That's caught up on the super chat side. So we got another question from this one is from Abe Dinkus in the chat. Says, should we require driver's license or photo ID for passports or job verification or social security net benefits?
I can answer that. I think I know what Toka.
Yeah, I think it is
anyway.
Towards yeah.
So kind of similarly to what we talked about in the beginning, where he was like, "Oh, you need an ID to show up to like a bar, or club, or concert or whatever." I think if you're receiving money from the government, they already require you to show an ID in this way. So I'm not against that. In terms of a job, they're a private entity. They can choose and they can deem fit. However, like you go to a construction site, how many people are always accusing half of them of being illegal? So you have certain jobs that do require valid ID. You have other private institutions that don't, or contractors, subcontractors, things that matter. So I think when it comes to the government giving you money, it's our money. We should be able to provide for our own citizens first. I've always believed that. I think if you're an illegal trying to game the system and you're caught, you should obviously be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So again, I'm not for that. At the what? Oh, really? Yeah. So a lot of yeah. So like I think if you have to require that for every job, I know farmers employ a lot of questionably legal citizens as well. So it can affect industries. No, I know I can say it. I just don't. I mean, I can't label every brown person illegal if I don't know for sure. So I'm just saying, in general, I'm not for paying government benefits to people who are illegally here. So yeah, I don't know what more I can say about it, but I think Abe's question is a little bit veering differently from the right to vote for legal citizens. Like we're talking about legal citizens anyway, so. I don't want to rehash the whole debate we just had.
Fair
So.
enough. Fair enough. Yeah. um,
Well, I had more than that, but yeah, people can go
yeah.
back and
Fair enough.
watch.
Fair enough. Um. Okay. Oh, wait. What? Oh, okay. Wait, you didn't send me the question then. You didn't send it to me. You just sent me saying it's in the DM. Where's the question? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm talking to him. What is the question? Okay. Hold up. Okay, so it's the question is via Cash App. It says, Tomahawk is black. Can you please ask that mega kid to stop playing blackface and remove the makeup, please? Shit. It's still there. It's still there. Next, we got a 10 comes in from Spartacus. Says, Abe, remember John Castle PhD's questions? LOL. Both staying for open panel? Question mark.
Sure, I can stay. Yeah.
There we go. Look at that. That's right. You're gonna get roasted. Vector of Intellect comes in for 20. Says, "Here's another for the grift." Hey, you're a fucking legend. Thank you, Vector. Trailer thrash. You know the th and the tr at the starting of these two always fuck me up. Yeah, it always fucks me up. The thra and then the tra. It always gets me. Trailer thrash music. Number 1, Tomahawk has a great hat. Number 2, Easy, your hair is also great. And number 3, Goat Lives Matter. Thank you for that. Goat Lives Matter. That's right. That's right. That's why we're in Iran saving them now. Lord Random Person becomes a member. Shout out to you, Lord Random Person. I appreciate that big time. Let me look. That's caught up on the super chat side now. Let's get back to over here in the Q&A. We have where was it? This one comes in from a Seahawk Daddy. Says right here, both debaters, do you consider the ballot and the bullet to be equal in power? If not, which one is more powerful?
That's a really good question.
Well, if we're talking in the sense of,
I'll answer it with like a
elections.
caveats. Like if we were under government, with their authoritarian type of government, right? The right to vote obviously wouldn't matter at that point. Our right to bear arms would. To gain back our democracy or right to vote or whatever type of government that we feel is best that represents us. So I think they both work in harmony. You try to keep the government, a stable government, with your right to vote, and then the Second Amendment is to not to scare, but to show that you can revolt against tyranny if that right or other rights of yours are trying to be taken away. So I think they kind of both work together in harmony. If you try to compare which one's better than the other, then I kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's like depends which one you have and which one you don't at the time, but you try to use both. Yeah.
Okay.
Also true.
I like it. I like it. Next question that comes in. This one's from the Penetrator. Comes in. What a name, right? Penetrator says, will the government fund the ID, Tomahawk?
Again, though, just as real quick, you don't have the right to drive a car. You have the constitutional right to vote. So that's why it's a little different with the driver's license and paying for that rather than like a state ID. That's what I would say on that. Because I agree, if the state provided you with a free ID, makes it less of an argument for most people to say, oh, it's too hard to get one. So that's why I'm for it. But just wanted to say my piece. That's fraud. Wait, no. That's fraud if an illegal citizen getting a social security number, you can't. I thought that was only if I could be wrong. I thought only if you were an actual citizen you were provided a social security number. But if I'm wrong on that, I'll take the L. All right.
So just for
Okay,
clarification, because Penetrator's next question was kind of just a follow up. Like, it just says, is Tomahawk against the government funding the ID? Like, would you be against that? Let me add a little caveat just to see. What if it was like tax funded, like we paid for it out of our taxes? Yeah, a portion of your taxes is to guarantee that every citizen has voter ID. Okay. And just because I think you said this earlier, Castle, if that was the case where like it was just a funded thing that all our taxes paid for, would you have any like argument against it, or would you be like, actually, that makes sense?
Yeah, well, think I kind of mentioned earlier, if the government was able to provide you your first ID for free and there was no cost associated for it, I think that the arguments on my end would definitely be whittled down to more of like the disenfranchisement cases I brought up where you have your name changed, or if you were to move, or when we were talking about other cases where
Transportation, things like
yeah,
that.
transportation, things like that. But yeah, I think it would be limited to those instances because I think if it were provided for free, it would take away some of the cost that people complain about in terms of the extra documentation and all that. So it's a good point. Right.
Yeah, I think, and like how you said you would kind of be for it on your side, Tomahawk. That would be some common ground we would find here between you two. I think is that
Yeah.
if it was government funded and everyone had the easy access to the ID, then I mean
Yeah,
there
like
would be
removing a
some people
hurdle
who'd
like
be for it.
that. Again, I'm for removing the hurdles rather than adding more. So that would be something I would be agreeable to. Yeah, for sure.
All right. All right. Big $300 Rumble rant comes
My
in.
gosh.
Jungle from says hot seat unlocked. I have some things to say about some people. Damn it. Let's fucking go. You legend, Jungle. You legend. Thank you very much. I cannot thank you enough. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Jungle's a legend. Legend around these parts. And since we don't have any more questions in the Q&A, I'm going to actually let me ask a question to both of you. It's kind of, it may be a little philosophical, a little deep here. But only because we still got 5 minutes and I gotta actually piss really bad. So I'm gonna piss while I'm listening to your answers. But I want to know here. I think one of the questions is important here is at what point does protecting democracy begin to actually undermine democracy?
Yeah, that's a good point because kind of what I was getting at is like how much safeguard under the guise of protection is really the government imposing its will on the people and actually adding layers of security that starts to undermine people's privacy. So obviously these are hypotheticals, but if the government wants to impose, facial recognition in a voter booth, let's say, instead of an ID. Like, obviously, that would be similar, but that's actually more invasive, in my opinion, even if they would say it's safer. So you have to think about things going forward about like how much is too much until the government starts to impose more what they would call security, but it's starting to take away kind of rights to privacy, things of that nature. So it's a good question. I mean, I don't know how far we would try to get with that, but I think some people could be worried about things like that happening in the future. Is it though? It's kind of similar, right? Because if you're asking, well, I'm saying the government starting with a card and then evolving and using that as a reason why, well, the card's not good enough. Now we have to do this. Well, this isn't good enough. I'm just saying it's a starting point because we've seen that using an ID still fraud occurs in these states. So if there are ways to impose, so if they wanted zero fraud to occur, that would be their reason. But that would be their reason. That's what I'm saying. Like they will use reasons, even if they're wrong, to impose certain policies or regulations to say, well, we haven't got to zero yet. More government is needed, or like more security. So that's well, yeah, that was what I thought the question was talking about. Is like what's too much? And I'm not saying just voter ID, but I'm saying when the government has the power to enact things like that, they can overreach. Like we I don't know if you do, but you can believe the government can overreach. Oh, okay. I think that's the question was kind of asking, like how that would evolve from some policy like that. But I know that's what you're saying, and that's what you believe. But I'm just saying the government could say there's still one voter fraud out there, one act out there that we have to get to zero. I'm just saying they can use reasoning, even if you believe voter ID, anything past that would be too much. The government may not see it that way, and I think that's where things can get iffy. But it's a hypothetical. Obviously, it might not happen. You must have really had to go.
I'm telling you, I was dancing over here. The mic's good, not that good. It would never hear me from that far. But yeah, stay hydrated. That's true. That is gonna wrap up the Q&A. First off, thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions. Oh, holy shit. Wait a minute. Big $500 Rumble rant comes in from Jungle, says another thing. I have a question for Tamashiki. What would you say if I told you I think ID requirements are racist? Period. In my Shaniqua voice. Party. Actually, Castle made it clear earlier we don't have a right to party, motherfucker. So just say it.
I didn't say that.
Made that clear. Listen, I really thank you all. You have to read it like Shaniqua. I don't know how Shaniqua would read it. What would you say if I told you I think ID requirements are racist? Period. Was that better? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm not Shaniqua enough. Listen, though, for real. Oh,
A Chet
I grew up with
Holmgren.
nothing but black people. I'll introduce you to half of my family. You understand what I mean? But no, it's not the same. Island black, not American black. Um, but seriously, everyone in the chat, your support is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you more than I can ever put into words. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. You both, I just want, before I move on quick, you both said that you're planning to stay for the open panel.
Yeah, for Speakeasy, let me know too if it's okay if I can. Is there a way I can be in chat with not on camera, or do I have to stay on camera?
Oh no, you can get off camera. Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest with you, like I don't have a camera requirement for my debates. I just like to ask ahead of time. That's why I asked you ahead of time. But like,
Yeah,
I
no, I like
understand
being on
some
it, but
people
it's
don't
only
like
because
to
it's
be
like
on camera
later
the whole
now.
time.
I have another person who's probably like, oh, I don't want to be on camera, so I'm like, all right, I can go off and you can roam around.
Yeah,
That's all right.
no problem. Yeah, you can be on
Yeah.
camera. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
no problem at all. Yeah, 100%. So
Yeah.
what's gonna happen next is we're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. Runs for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the chaos and chill open panel begins. Holy shit! With another 150 coming in, VKO anyone, Spartacus, you fucking. I think we are there. I gotta add that 800 to the dono bar, and we're already on 248. Let's fucking go. No, your entertainment is what's making them want more. Come on, man. Don't put yourself down like that. Listen, so like I said,
know.
during the outro, I'm going to drop a link for everyone in the chat, to anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just obviously come ready to think, question, debate. If you're coming up to try and just troll, bring personal dramas, spurg over everyone, you're just gonna get muted, most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. All right. Before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you guys go subscribe to both debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. If you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe to the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
Well, the panel is next, and I think I'm going to end the stream on my side at least for now, so I can just sort of mill around and be on the panel, so I can just sort of talk my talk and not be worried about having to worry about another part of the stream. I can't worry. Holy shit. Ugh. But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna be on the panel instead, so I'm gonna end it on my side. I'm going to see if I can raid and see what I need to do to send a raid, if I can even send a raid right now. But I appreciate any and everybody coming in to hear me blow the fuck out of my opponent in the debate on voter ID. Could I have done better? Obviously. But I'm glad for anybody that came in on at least onto my side to hear me give my takes and to support the channel and whatnot. So I appreciate you very much, very much. But it doesn't look like I don't know how to send a raid, and I don't know if I can even really do that. I don't know how to do that really. YouTube Studio. Right? Nothing. Never mind. But yeah, that was a fun debate. I am sweating like a motherfucker because I have no circulation in here. So I think I need to open up all my windows, but there was just so much non-circulation and whatnot, and I would need to I'm also hungry too. But I think for anybody that wants to continue hearing me speak, you can go over to Speakeasy's channel right now and listen into the after debate panel where I will be and I will give my takes and give my rebuttals and probably be roasted the entire time because I could have done better. But I will say that the biggest takeaway from this debate is the fact that I came in swinging hard. I did the best that I could despite my inexperience, and I am grateful for the opportunity to do this. So I will always take that as one of my main takeaways. This is a good way. This is good. I won't need to cringe super hard when I listen back to this debate. And so, because of that, I am thankful and I'm grateful. So, thank you very much for those that came in to listen to me, to listen to my side and to support the channel and whatnot. Thank you, Avarice, for being the only other viewer in here. So, I think I could have switched up, ended this stream, and started a different one. That also. Hey. Hello, peoples. Yo. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming in. Go over to Speakeasy's stream. Go over to Speakeasy's stream and support him, okay? Thank you very much.